Hello, hello. Hi. We are back to it. Back to making the Lisp with MiniKast. Hello, Nerdso. Hello, Nigel. Alright, so far so far we have a hello world, and we have two operations implemented in the Lisp, which is quoting and printing. Okay. I think what we want is a REPL. Actually, a REPL would be nice to have, right? How long is the jam? It's 10 days. Why? Are you considering your own Lisp making? You want to join? And you come up with a game still to make for the jam. There is no theme, no nothing. Can you write it in existing Lisps? Yes. I think most people are writing it in existing Lisps. Your own Lisp is just one of the options. The only rule is it has to be a Lisp. You are joining, Nigel? Okay, let's do a REPL. You're still resting after your previous jam? What was your previous jam? Did I check your game for the previous jam? I don't remember. You were doing something in parallel with Ludum there, right? I think. You got games to make unlike some other people. Aha. Right. Right. Let's move to Lang Jam, Game Jam, but with Lisps? No. This is just to celebrate the Lisps, apparently. Or something. Okay, I want the Lisp. So, yeah, with the REPL. The REPL. Let's just say, run REPL here. This over here is the REPL. Okay. So we actually don't load main KL here. We don't. What we do instead is we just go on a loop and we create the source loop. So this is the REPL loop, by the way. Yeah. No, hold on. I think we should have like two nested loops. This is the REPL loop, and this is the loop which parses all of the things there. I want to like try some of the Lisps. What is it? Scheme. What's the best Lisp to try? Is it Scheme? Native code scheme compiler, MIT scheme. Scheme shell, SCSH, SCSH, SCSH. It seems like SCSH is not compiling. Okay. Tiny scheme. Is there like the main implementation of scheme? Tiny scheme. Okay. So have say A, B. Unbound variable A, unbound variable B. Right? Print. No, there's no print. Is there a print hello world? Implementations. Scheme to C, scheme to JVM. Racket. Hello world. I'm testing these blocks build system with this, so hello world. Okay. Interesting. Documentation. Teach yourself skip. What is that? Next page. Enter scheme. Display. Display. Okay, display is the procedure, right? So we say display hello world. Right, like this? No. This is me evaluating two things. In order to evaluate this as a call, we need to do this in parentheses, right? Display. Display needs at least one argument, right? Display hi. Nice. And what is hashtag T? It's like the value of displaying. T is like unit, maybe. All right. It's okay. We will do the print instead of display, I guess. Or actually, should it be log? Because that is a thing. Am I processing lists now? Yeah. I mean, not yet. We're implementing it. Hello, Brainoid. Log. I think logging is the correct name for this, actually. Maybe. Do, 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 do. All right, anyway, we have REPL. We have we need to read, but we don't need to read the source file anymore. We're actually creating the source, right, which is going to be contents is the line, right, and path is REPL, I guess, because we don't have the actual file name here. Okay, and then we say that line is a read line. And how do we read line? Maybe we need to have prompt here. This should return a string. Read line. Like so. Well, I mean, there is just a thing for it in C, right? C, read line. It's literally read line. Read line reads a line from the terminal and returns it using prompt as prompt. If prompt is null or empty string, read line, it does not issue a prompt. The line returned is allocated with malloc. The caller must free it when finished. Got it. The line returned has the final new line removed, so only the text of the line remains. Okay, right. So yeah, we just say native read line. Wait, is this part of the standard C? There's a read line history too. Which yeah, it has key bindings and stuff, so it like handles all of these things and handles the history apparently, right? Let see, string is this string is read line. Let's see. String to C string prompt. C prompt is this read line C prompt. Okay, then we say free C string free C prompt, I think, and then we return C string to string sister. Yeah, so string to C string, we have this to do here, and I think to do it properly, let's finally do it properly, which means that I'm actually going to allocate a new string because we need the 0 buffer there, right? Yeah, so we need to C string allocate with the length being as length +1, right? Let C string is this. Right, and then I need to do copy into the C string from as contents using as length, right? Copy. And then we also need to say that C string index as contents I. Yeah, actually, don't I want to return a reference here, actually? Right, so we just have the here, over here. We will return this string, but we also need to like zero the last thing. So let's say string index, string at index being the length. This should be equal to 0. Unexpected escape char 0. Okay, right. 0. We should be able to escape at 0, I guess. Okay. Yeah, this also should just do string free as contents. And then we have string free string which just frees the string. C string to string not found. Okay. Yeah, so we need to the other conversion now. Not string to C string, but C string to string. This one should be like into basically, technically, right? Because it moves the ownership of the C string into the string. Is how I want it to be done, I think. So this would literally just be contents is C string, and the length is the C string length. C string length. strlen s. C string, yeah, into string. Okay. So we have the source, and then we just read the source and we parse it, and when we evaluate it, right? And then we just print the result if it's not a unit. And that's all. And then we read a new line. Let's see if it works. Let's see if we have the REPL already. The MiniKast is compiling slowly. That's because of the JavaScript, right? Reader. String index needs to be dereferenced here. Fatal error. Read line history. No such file or directory. So what is this Linux manual page? I don't have readline. Is that a library that I need to add? This is part of the GNU readline project. Right. Am I supposed to like load it? This is the one. There's readline 70. That one is version 8. I mean, let's try just to install it, maybe. Readline. See if it works. Undefined reference to readline. Okay, and then we need to link with it too, right? Going to say L readline. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we say print. We say print unmatched value kind in value print. Okay. Right. Can I exit with non-zero exit code in case we're panicking here? Maybe I don't even unwind. I literally just have the global panic handler here as the main thing. And we just say exit -1 maybe. Because it still exits with success on panic. High, right? There we go. It just like shows me red now, and then we fail. Couldn't find var in scope. Okay. Yes, but so I think it should not be a panic handler actually. Then, right? I think we should have the error reporting. Const error handler. It's very similar to panic, but panic is like the internal error, more like the internal error, right? And error is like a more general one. I also think that error at. I also want to have the span so that we can report the error at concrete place, I guess. And then the message. I think the message similarly does not need to be a string, but we can do a thing which prints a string instead. It's going to be a function here. Maybe. So error handler is error handler context. Context error handler. error handler is a struct actually, which has the error at. Well, actually, like, isn't there like two things? No. Sure, let's say error at is span message. That's what we want, right? So we can customize the handler. The global error at is just going to say current handler context error at span and message. Sure. That's this function returning nothing, right? So basically it's the REPL. We don't want to stop the REPL if we encounter an error somewhere, right? So we over here, we do the eval, but I want to say that if this fails to evaluate, then I'm just going to keep doing the thing. So with error handler context b, we say error at span message. Right, so this should be log error at span message. We're just going to log it, and then we're just going to unwind. Unwind eval block. So I think we have over here unwindable eval block, right? Also, the error can happen when I'm parsing. So I think in this case, we say with error handler context, it's going to be similar to that, but we're going to unwind the entire like loop. Here we're going to stop parsing if we have a parser error, right? But we're going to keep doing the next line. If we successfully parsed though, then we. Well, I mean, actually, if I successfully, oh, no, maybe I just need to do that. Like, if on one line in the REPL we have multiple things and the error is in the first one, should I even evaluate the next one? Maybe not. So, yeah, maybe I remove that. Let's call this parse loop. That's still going to be the same. Right now, oh no, we don't have the log error at, right? Log error at span message. So this is just going to say print string error at span print span string colon /n maybe, and then we do the message, and then we also print jar/n after the message is done. Okay, I think this should compile, but wait, what is this? Function type was not defined, unit into unit. Oh, that's right. That's right. const just to define function type to do fix MiniKast. We don't have since I need this as an argument, it's not actually being defined unless I actually have a value or like an actual function that uses that. Wait, is that not the case? Is that not what I need to do? Function type was not defined, unit into unit. It's because of the order, right? I still need the order to be like this or something. If it's done earlier, then it's not working. Oh wait, there's also the message handler, right? It should literally be at the top. No. Okay, well, maybe we just need to fix it then. To do function type was not defined. Alright, here we go. What is the test? Right? Can I just say over here that let f this is uninitialized, and this is already going to just c test mini test like this, and this is already not going to compile, I think, right? Yeah, it says function type is not defined. This is in the C backend because it expects the function type to be there. Function types, because we have get or init actually here, right? Function type was not defined. Well, I mean, don't I just define it here? Like, why don't I just get or init here? Make sure all type dependencies are complete if needed. If there's a function type, and to initialize it. Okay. Convert type. Well, I mean, don't I just say make sure all type defenses are complete if needed for the type? Is that all that I need to do, basically? And then we do just C. Oh, wait. Now it says members has incomplete type. We have circular dependencies now. Alright, I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break, and then... All right. It's pretty hot today. You can believe my gym submission, but it's a little intimate. If you're okay with that. It's like a 2-player date simulator. Well, if is it safe for streaming? What do you mean by intimate? Make me a crab. You are. It's safe for work. Right. Cat girl live date. A live cat girl date. Username. Skin color. Description. Is this multiplayer? Join. Cat girl. Is that the description? Whoops! Failed to connect. Oh, you did it in gang. Firefox cannot establish connection to the backend to the account based in DigitalOcean. Column 3. Workers dev. You're literally connected there. It's a Cloudflare worker. Sorry, no dates are available now. Okay, it actually connected, it seems, now. Alright. Okay. No dates are available right now. I'm called AB. How do I create a date? Nigel, hello, date. Okay, we can text to each other. Hi. Licking. Whoops. Result unwrap. Unexpected value at line 1, column 1. Hello, Hisoka. It seems like there are a couple bugs here or something. I don't have this problem, neither do other people who played the game. Well, it seems like Hisoka is having the same issue, so... I don't know. Did I click the wrong button there? Wait, what? Someone meowed, I think. Failed to connect. Alright. Fix your game, Nigel. Okay, now I should fix my language. I guess I need to make sure only for the function type. you can meow to each other and lick, and like there were 4 actions there, I think, right? And that's the date. Let's test this now. And now it works. Okay. Maybe I fix some other things at the same time. Hold on. Fix function type not being defined sometimes. What were the other issues that I have? To do fix MiniKast. This is not necessary. MiniKast. MiniKast has a bug if I use this alias. If I use this alias. Right? I think the test is something like this. Let's have alias, right? So just function alias is a type of a function like this, right? And then I want to say that f function alias is just a function that does nothing. I think this is not going to compile, right? That's the problem. No, it actually compiles. Hold on. Why did it compile? Maybe if I have foo is a struct where f is function alias, f foo is dot f is that. Does that not work? No, this works. Hold on, what's the issue again? Eval handler. Oh, I cannot call it. I cannot call this function. That's right. I can assign it, but I cannot call it, I think. So if I say f, which is a function alias, is this, and then I just want to call this function, right? I think that's not going to compile. Yes, because we expected a function type, but it's an alias instead. Expected a function type over here. Right, so I should just resolve type aliases. Resolve type aliases. Resolve type aliases is not available in this C. Is the only issue. I think I was going to make the types have both the type, both like the current alias and the representation type. I don't want to make that change right now, kind of, right? You know what we can do? We can do, yeah, I can do function resolved type. Here. So I match the f resolved type here. I just say that. Wait, you know what we can do actually instead of doing that? Alias resolved type like this. We're going to store it in the expression directly. Did you make the crap thing? Yes. I did. So expression has the type associated with it, and we will also have the type alias resolved type here. Okay, you know what? Actually, since I'm here, I should just do the correct thing, maybe. I want the type, basically. So this is the type that we have, and I will have the type shape, I guess, but the type shape type shape function type. Or maybe we just have a new maybe we just have a new thing called type with alias. So with aliases is a type, and alias resolved is a type, right? So we have like a pair like this. So the one of them we use for one thing, and another one we use for another thing. And I would store it where? In the expression type with alias, I guess. Ah, my god, this is a little difficult right now. Maybe I don't do it after all. Right now, I'll do it later. That this is what doesn't work. Yeah, let's ignore it. Let's work on the Lisp instead. should make it so all crabs are a random size or viewer against its own personal crab. Right. We're going to at some point to rewrite this overlay. And MiniKast. This one is very old. It's written in Rust, and that's why there are crabs there. Okay, now we have a different issue. What? Initialization of error at as closure in target main C. Line 1340. We say that F is error closure. Initialization of void star struct context, struct span function type 1 from incompatible pointer type, void star, struct context star, struct span function type 371. Oh. So the issue is that it's a different type. It's supposed to be function type 3, which has roll function type 1, right? So it's supposed to be F function type 1, which is that. It is the same issue. It's because of wait, what? No, it's not because of the same issue. It's not the alias, right? Do I have the yeah, I don't have the alias there. So errorless closure has the function type 371 instead, which is raw function type 370, which is a function type from for taking a context, which is like a function taking nothing, right? But over here the F is this, which takes this function, which is instead is this one. So I generate the same function type twice actually. And why do I do that? Why do I do that? I'm going to make sure that all type dependencies are complete if needed. Oh wait, it always... No, hold on. If this is a function type over here, we get or init for the type when to initialize the function type if it was not initialized yet, right? So it for some reason thinks that it was not initialized. So function types is the one which uses the type comparison, the map, and compare type is this. And if it is two functions, then we can compare the function type, compares closure, compares the call convention, compares the arguments, compares the result, Is it because I have... No, there is no aliases there either, right? This is specifically error at. This function here. The message, this type over here, for some reason, is being duplicated. I don't see a reason for that to happen. That's weird. Let's make a more minimized example. I cannot make progress on my Lisp now. Okay, we have the function alias. Let's make like this full example, I guess. Right? If I just do that, I guess we just get rid of span here. And this is what should not compile. Yes, this is the issue. Okay, do I need an error handler for that? I don't need this, right? So I don't need that. I don't need to log error at. Do I? Okay. If I get rid of that though, I guess it actually is going to work, right? So the problem is that I'm using this, I'm defining this type over here, and then I'm defining this type over here. And that is doing something. So because I'm defining this type as a dependency of this type, basically, right? I think even if I say that error add is just a function like this, maybe. No, actually, in this case, everything is fine. What if I have another function, int32? Then it works. So it's a function taking a function like this, which makes it stop working. Interesting. Can I also make an identifier for that? Print as identifier. Like I have that stuff. So I can do in the in the C backend, init function type, right? Like this thing. I can, right now I'm creating the function type, like this. Let's see, let's see, new identifier, output to string. want to print type name as identifier, right? Which is going to for functions do something. Function type as identifier, right? It starts like function, this does the argument and the result type, and ends with NF there. So I think I just do raw, and then we print function type as identifier. Hello, Zaflins. Hi. We print type name as identifier, the function type. Okay. And this over here is going to be new identifier, which just outputs to string. Literally. Print function type is identifier. Function type. What am I working on? I'm trying to participate in the Spring Lisp Game Jam. So I'm trying to make a Lisp. I'm doing it with MiniKast, which is my own programming language, right? And I found a bug in it, so I'm fixing a bug right now. The bug is with the function types. Apparently, it gets defined twice, so the C code that I'm generating is not compiling, because I generate two different types instead of it being a one type for some reason. Hello, Emery. Pragma if you need it? No. I need to like generate this stuff differently. I mean, not generate. I need to like figure out why am I generating them twice, because I'm already supposed to generate every function type once. I have a map, a dedicated map for it, right? But for some reason it doesn't work. And right now what I did as a test, I did not fix the bug, but I made over here, that's my generated code, right? So we're having the functions as closures, right? So it's so which means that I'm generating structures with the captured field and the actual function pointer, right? And because I'm generating this structure twice, it becomes a different struct, which is what's leading to the compilation error, right? So I just changed the names. So this over here means that we have a function which takes a function which returns unit and returns unit, right? So that is the thing. But apparently I generate this two times, right? So yeah, like why am I having so yeah, this over here in this line specifically, right? This f has the type of this function, which takes as an argument the function that returns a unit, like this, right? There you go. But what we actually assign to it is a function that takes that returns a unit, but it's a different type. So like this is a different number, even although the type is the same. So why does this happen? This should not happen, right? So maybe I have a bug in my, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there is a bug in my map implementation, because I've been testing it for a long time, right? With the advent of code and all of that stuff. I don't think it's a map bug. It's here somewhere though. So I call initialize function type only here when I say get or init, right? Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, wait. I know what happens actually. So here's the simplified version of this bug, right? We have map, and we say like get or init in specific key, and we initialize using a function, right? And this function, what it's doing is it actually does map get or init inside, right? So basically I am mutating the map which I am right now, like which I'm borrowing right now mutably. You know what I mean? Because like get or init is like you're not supposed to mutate the map inside of this closure that you're passing to it, right? That makes sense. But we're doing it now. And the reason it is compiled because I don't have the borrow checker yet. So yeah. I can change this to like a two-step initialization, and I think that will work. That's a nasty bug though. Yeah, that's okay. Basically, I need to see if it is there, and if it's not there, let's do this. Let's just say init function type, or let's say actually just make sure function type is initialize. Make sure function type is initialized. Sure. What plugin do you have installed in VS Code that's causing it to crash? VS Code? My VS Code is not crashing. Baklajan. Shaking. That's called power mode. So we make sure function type is initialized. I give it the function type. And when I convert type over here, I have the function. Actually, I'm going to make sure that function type is initialized. Like that. Call directly that method. Basically, I'm just going to say that I'm not going to do it if it's already initialized, right? Context. Wait, what? Oh, I'm doing get or init, right? Because this gives me the IST identifier. Right. So it was what? What is the map that I was mutating there? The context function types. Okay. Yes, and then we also can say function types. Compare. I want to compare function type. Function types. Is that going to be a map from function type? Because that's what we do. And so over here also get for the function type. And I mean, this is the identifier actually. I just say let identifier is that. So I don't even do that anymore. So yeah, basically I just say that this is what? Function type identifier. Right? So I say over here if context function types get function type is some identifier, then I just return the identifier here, right? Otherwise we create the identifier. Just init function type identifier. So yeah, we say initialize function type identifier now based on this function type, and we put this into the map, right? So yeah, we cannot say get or init. We need to do it in 2 steps. Right. Identifier is this. I'm going to return the identifier, but I'm also going to say context function types. Map add function type identifier, like so. Let's see if this compiles. It does not, because identifier is not referenced to identifier. Yeah, because this over here is a reference. I need to dereference that. Function type is not referenced function type, because this is already a reference now. This is already a reference here. And find context in scope. Okay, it compiles. Does it work now? It works. Okay. Nice. Okay, at least I fixed something. Fix functions being duped sometimes. All right. Push. Click. Update. And we just do Lisp now. Okay. And it still doesn't compile. Okay, this is a different bug though, right? What is this? Old context is undeclared in main C. Main C line 4074. Okay, error handler context is old context. Oh, this is because I'm saving it, right? Old context 770. Because I'm doing it outside of a loop for some reason. Wait, this is wrong. Yeah, this is a bug for sure. This is a bug for sure. So we have a loop. Let me make an example of what I'm doing here, right? So let's see. We have the context system, and it works like this. We say const context is context of type int, for example, right? And in the main, I'm just going to do a loop, an infinite loop. It doesn't matter. And inside of the loop, we say that context is equal to 1. I think this just doesn't work, which is actually weird because I think this should work. But it doesn't compile because as old context is undeclared. And the reason for that is because I'm mutating the context object. This context is a field in the global in the context object, which we should set to value 1, but then we should revert it to the old value. And that is not happening because it's generating the code for reverting this thing. So this is the loop, and this is me saving the old context, and I'm supposed to revert it, but I'm reverting it after the loop has ended, which is weird. And I think the reason for that is because I'm not creating a scope for the loop, probably. So the scope, like basically my compiler thinks that the scope ends after the end of the loop instead of here. Yeah, I think that's it. So it is the C backend. I'm surprised I did not. Maybe I was not using context that much, but I'm surprised I did not hit this in in my Mega Honk game, which I was doing for Ludum there. Right? Basically, I need to like create a new scope for the body of the loop, and I was just like compiling it as if it was all one scope. Is the issue. So we have a loop, right? Wait, what? Yeah, yeah. Actually, I create the new scope here, but it's not just the scope that I need with scope. I guess this also can fail then. Interesting. Because I'm supposed to... Yes, this is unwind context. So whenever I'm introducing a scope, I should also introduce the unwind context. I think this should just maybe be part of the scope, and that's it. So unwind is how do we break out of the current scope, basically. Right? And clean up scope without unwinding. This is the free... This is the cleanup functionality. Right? I think we should just not have unwind context as a separate type. And then we are not going to be able to do that. And yeah, so over here we just say scope, which actually means that Or maybe like what I want to do is I want to create a function, you know, like with scope, um, and I just want the block here, right? And the block would be the current scope block, because like technically I'm still doing the same scope, right? But it should still introduce the new scope, so new unwind context. I'm just going to have a function with scope, which gives the current scope block and does and this should return no, I guess this is the reason, because the scope is the block, because scope is the C scope, but unwind context is different. So this is like the cast scope and this is the C scope, I guess. It's a little weird here, but basically whenever I introduce a new scope, I should have the unwind context, which is new. But I want maybe this to be new unwind context, or maybe like unwind context new. Well, I mean, we also want to clean up, so yeah, which is why I actually want this to be a dedicated function. This is annoying. I mean, this is weird. Maybe say with scope, and this is the scope, right? Scope. And with this scope, we are doing I mean, do I just return the calculated expression here? Because this code is now going to be inside of that helper. With scope is t scope and function returning t. So I just call this function and that's what I return, but we need to initialize the context, the scope being scope, the unwind context being the new unwind context. Then we say result is actually a calculate, so we call this function, and then we clean up the scope without unwinding, and then we return result like this. So now instead of with scope, like over here, then case would be the same. I can actually like we can do it without an if. Like look at this. We say if true, then we say with context being 1, right? And this is going to be the same error, right? Wait, what? Why is it not the same? I thought this would oh no, I know why. I know why. It's because this is actually the parentheses which actually introduce the new scope. Because if true, like, yeah, because I don't have the syntax for scope without like introducing the scope, because this is like like extra parentheses here. Because this is the expression which is parenthesized, so I automatically create the scope and the bug doesn't happen. But for the loop, the parentheses are actually part of the syntax. I don't know why, but yeah. Okay, yeah, so we just say with the scope block is a mutable block, and with this scope we just do this stuff. And it's extra indentation, annoyingly, but whatever. That function is huge. Yeah, I should refactor this. I'm just too lazy. I mean, it's just a big like function which is taking every expression and compiles it to C, but we should just have every, like, this is a big match, right? We should extract every other branch here into a separate function. Then it's going to be a lot smaller. I'm just too lazy to do that. I'll do that eventually, when it starts bothering me too much. It's a switch case, yes. Well, we're doing pattern matching, so we call it a match statement here, a match expression, right? And else case is the same. Oh, wait a second. No. What is this? This is unwindable. I actually don't want to create a new scope here. Oh, that's why I'm doing it. Oh, wait. This is wrong. This is unwindable block. So we say if we are unwinding with function. Yeah. No. Actually, abort this. This is wrong. This is not the if conditional that I'm doing here. So I only want to change I'm creating a new block, but we are not actually creating a new cast block. Yeah, that's weird a little bit. Game jam. Yeah, I'm doing a game jam, the Spring Lisp game jam. But we are not making a game yet, because I'm making a Lisp first. This is a game jam where your game must be written in any dialect of Lisp, and that includes your own new custom Lisp you've made for this game, which is what I'm doing here. But we're also fixing the bugs in MiniKast. Okay, you know what? Maybe once we hit the other bug, we'll fix the other bug. But this should fix the loop. Right? Yes. Okay, fix loop, fix contexts inside loops. Okay. All right. Is it going to compile finally? Wait, what? It doesn't? Excuse me. Did I update? I did update. Did I push? I did push. Okay, let's take a look at the C code again. It's line 4072, which I think is the same one, right? Yeah, this is me reverting to the old context. From inside of the loop. The error handler. So I'm specifically doing with error handler context, right? Over here, we have a loop, and I'm doing the initialization of the context here. That's the same thing, is it not? So this is the loop. It's supposed to be inside. Excuse me? Loop in the C backend. Oh, wait. I did not fix it. Wait, why does it work right now? Wait, why does it work right now in my example then? Hello? Context is all context. Why is this inside of the loop here then? Am I stupid? What? Let me take a look at this syntax, mini syntax. The loop, yeah, the parentheses are part of it. Yeah. So we have that. Wait, why does this work then? That makes no sense now. Print string I. I don't get it. This should be with scope. With this scope, where block is move body, into calculate body expression. Right? And this is the change that I did not do. What? Like, body expression is a statement, which is just me injecting the context, right? So we need to defer this stuff, and defer works on the current unwind context, right? Defer. Yeah. Which I did not create a new one. Does this mean I have some other weird bug? Like, it was not supposed to be fixed. Actually fixed loops. I'm confused now. But let's just try to update here and see if my Lisp works with that change. Conflicted about using Fennel or Clojure. There's other Lisps. I think if I was to try Lisp, I would try Racket. Maybe. Isn't Clojure the JVM? Will it build for web? The Racket? I don't know. I have no idea. Clojure script is closer to JavaScript. Right. Okay, so it does compile. Yeah, I'm just like a little confused. Why was my test example compiling properly? Okay, so we have a Lisp, and I have over here print, right? Okay, and what I was doing is that right now I'm panicking, saying unmatched value kind, right? But it should be different. We should not panic, basically. Like this over here is panic because this is my error, programmer error, right? But unmatched expression kind is also a panic. Parser. So, but when I'm saying expected a closing bracket, for example, right? Now this should be an error at. Hold on. Let's start with the parsing errors, right? Error at span. And give it the span. Const span span like I want a span of a single position, right? Span zero width, maybe zero width span is what we call it. We need path, which is a string, and position, which is just path is path, and start is position, and end is position. So error at span zero width at reader source path and reader position. That's my span. The and then the function to print the stuff, right? We say print string expected this got end of file, right? Okay. And over here we say error at, and we say, and also we did not expect the closing one, right? We expected C. We expected, yeah, we say expected, then we print string. I got end of file, expected this, and then we print jar C, right? And over here we say expected this, got something else. What did I get here? Print char pick value. Right. So this is what we do instead of string interpolation, basically. Let's do a Lisp now. So let me try to do something that does not parse. So like I open the bracket, but I don't close it here, right? Like this. So there we go. Now we have the error. It also says where the error happened now, right? So it's 1 2 to 1 2. Actually, this is no, this is correct, right? This is correct. But the span, actually, you know what? We should say that I should not print the dash here if the end is equal to start, right? Yeah. Let's do that. So if not equal, you end span start index and span end index, then we're going to print that. Okay. Okay, so now I'm opening the bracket, right? So what we did is that we don't like quit the program on errors. We now report the error and keep the REPL, right? Yeah. And we keep the REPL. I also should say just parser. No. Like this over here that I said. We expected end of file, but we got a closing bracket is what I should say, right? So in a REPL, we try to parse, and if we break the loop, then we should expect, let's say like reader expect end of file. Reader expect end of file. Reader. Reader expect end of file. Right, we just say that peak is reader if peak has value, then we say error at span 0 with reader source path reader position, and then we say print string expected and a file got print char peak value, like so. We just report the error here, right? Okay, and then I need to find the other panics. Unreachable is fine. Could not find variable in scope. This. Let me give it the span, right? Which we would use for the error. Span. So we say instead of panic, we just say error at span print string could not find in scope. And we just print string name here, right? Right. Yeah. Could not find name in scope. That's good. Unmatched value kind and value print is fine. Quote expects exactly one argument. This is an error at. I guess I need this span here too, which means that my eval handlers are also having the spans as the argument. So we need to give it the span, and the span is going to be as expression span. Could not allocate a C string. Unmatched. Unmatched is just me not implemented something. Unreachable. Unmatched value kind. This is a to-do call. Unmatched is aggression. Advances past the end of file. Yeah, I think I converted everything to a proper error, and we should not crash the thing, and we should report the error properly, right? So for example, no, hold on, interpreter, line of 43. Lookup variant scope. Yeah, I needed to give it the span here, right? Lookup a variable, and lookup variable also span. Span. Lookup variable. Lookup variable. So over here, the span is going to be as expression. Span. Expect two arguments, got one in line 96. Yeah, because error at span. Let's say print string. Quote expected exactly one argument. Okay. Okay, looks like it works. Let's see. Print, that's unmatched. So if I say though something like A, it's going to say could not find A in scope, and then we continue. Nice. If I say print A, if I say print A like this, right? It's also is not going to find A in scope, and it tells that it's at column 8 to 9. Nice. If I close the parentheses, expect end of file, go to closing bracket. Okay. Okay. Things work, right? Right. And now I just need to implement some things. Okay, but this is me error handling without, error handling, sure. Okay, so now we just need to keep doing the other things. We need to be able to define user functions, right? And also let's see the other panics, right? Like this unmatched value, right? Whenever I'm printing something, if value kind is native function, then I want to be able to print it, right? We have 4. This is the last thing. So native function though, let's say that this is a native function. I want the native function to have a name too. Native function is a struct which has the f, which is that, but we also should have the name, which is a string, right? And in this case, if I print the value, which is a native function, would say that print string native function, and then we print string value data native function name, data native function, and over here I'm calling the native function, right? And in my natives, when I add the native function is also name is name, and f is f, like so, right? So this means that if I try to print the value of print, it will say native print function, like this, native function print. Okay. This expression kind is just string, atom, or list, so that should work. So there is just a to-do call that I have, right? And this should basically be what are the functions that we can call, right? And I guess like we can call a native function, but we should not be able to call and we should be able to call a user-defined function, but we should not be able to call anything else. So we're going to say error at, and the call should be evaluated as like for error reporting. We need a span here, right? So we do report at span, saying that and string expected a function got, and this is just going to be value print f, right? Yeah. So right now, if I just try to, well, I don't have anything other than the native function right now anyway. If I'll call as expression span here, I just don't have anything other than the function calls. No, I have strings. That's right. I also have units, right? Can I evaluate a unit? I can, right? So we can try to call the unit function with unit arguments, right? So that is going to say that we expect a function, but we got a unit here, right? Maybe it actually should be the first span, right? Because the error should report at this span, not the span of the function call. Right? So this is the span, not of the... It's not the call of the span, but the span of the function. I guess. Maybe we get an extra argument for the entire span of the thing. Yeah, let's have it too. Even though I'm not going to use it yet, but we are going to do it for the stack trace, I guess. Right? First span as expression. Right? That's just a different span reported. Okay. Here's another thing that I want to do as a native. Okay, no more panics. Supposedly. Like, there's no panics that are supposed to happen anymore, I think. So, but I want to have a native, which, so we right now have a print, but what I want is I want to have a native. So what I want is to be able to do what? I want to be able to read a file, parse a file, evaluate a file, right? So, I mean, those are all technically supposed to be separate things, maybe. So we should be able to read a file, right? Args, array list of values into value. We should read a file, then we should be... That is going to return a string. Then we're going to parse, which is taking a string and converting it into an S expression. And then we have a native eval, which takes an S expression and converts it into a value, right? So we need these three functions. Read file. Parse. And eval. So does it make sense for any of these to take multiple arguments? I guess evaluate can take multiple arguments, so we just evaluate all of them and we return the last one, just like I'm doing in the REPL. For parsing, if I have multiple strings, should I keep parsing there? I don't know. I don't think so. We should actually only parse a single one, right? Wait, what should the parse return even? What is the existing things in the existing Lisps? Okay, closure. Sure, let's take a look at closure. Closure, parse. Closure, lang, parse. Parse, string to S expression. Is there such a thing there? S expression parser from scratch using only regex. Okay, maybe not closure, scheme. Converting string to string. It's called read. Where do I... What is the thing that I should be looking at? Maybe common Lisp, actually. Is what I should look at. Like, this is literally the lisplang.org, right? So where's the documentation? Is there no documentation, only the wiki? Can I search read? Reader macros. I think reader macros are different. They are not reading strings. That's different. That's when we convert one S expression to a different S expression or something. Maybe. Right. You can do decorators. It's just like it's just post-processing your code to convert to a different code, I think. Here, the reader macro, so it's different. Enclosure it's read. I mean, maybe it is a read here too, but like, where's the read? Like, can I search the read function in Common Lisp? No. Common Lisp read function. Common Lisp read function, right? Like, it is definitely there, I think. Read is there. Where do I look for documentation? Am I stupid again? I don't want a random article, right? Start here. Functions. Multiple return values. Define many n values. That's just returning the list as is, right? Yeah. We should have the values, I guess, function for sure. Okay. But how do I like why is there no documentations? Where is the documentation for Common Lisp? Common Lisp docs. There's Lisp docs GitHub IO. Is that by different people? This tutorial, technical reference, language reference. There we go. Like, why is it not there? Like, how do I get to this page from the lisplang.org? What is your implementation language? You start with a string parser that has the current pointer, next pointer to string. What? No, I know how to implement it. It's okay. I already parse the S expression. But I want to be able to have in the interpreter the ability to parse, right? Which is called read usually. I'm just looking for the documentation of how it's usually done in Lisp because I never used them, really. Closure doc, read string, right? Reads one object from the string s. Optionally include reader options as specified in read. Know that read string can execute code. Controlled by read eval. What? But I don't want to read eval. Like, I want to just read, which gives the s expression, then a separate eval is what is actually evaluating the stuff that I was reading, right? Yeah, we say like eval read string. But there is also the porn string, which evaluates it. What? No, oh no, this is what is this? This is me evaluating this and converting it to a string. Is that what it's doing? Plus 11 read string 23. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. It's called read string, not read here. Anyway. So we, what I was... Let's implement the read file first, okay? How do I read file again? Read file. There is source read file. There you go. So I can do source read file path. That's the source. But we don't care. Wait, what? Wait a second. Do I like? Don't I want to keep the to keep track of where it came from? Like it actually, like, this is the interesting function, the values, right? Like in Lisp, what we are supposed to represent the lists as just the s expression, right? But what I'm doing is my s expression right now, I have the span, which is where this thing was parsed from, but some values we actually don't parse from anywhere. It is just evaluated, right? So span is an optional thing, actually. I guess. Or is it a value? Or is it part of a value? Oh wait, we have hold on. We have s expression, which is this, which can be like. No, hold on. Am I supposed to not have the distinction between the s expression and the value, because s expression is a value, right? That's the only kind of value in Lisp. That's just like data. So there should not be a separate type for it. At all. Why do you have two strings? I don't know, because one of them is the... Like, one of them is the identifier. Yeah, but how do you represent the actual identifier then? Because identifier what? Is also supposed to be a first-class value? You know, like, what's the difference between hello as a string and hello like this without the quotes? Why do I have dot string as well as kind string? String is the associated data. Symbols and string are different. So we should have like a value which is a symbol, right? Instead. Yeah. I think it makes sense. We should not have an S expression at all, because this is literally a value. But the value is potentially having a span associated with it, which is where was this, like, for error reporting. We should still, like, know where this value comes from. Or should it be only on the... Yeah, I think so, actually. Right, so we are supposed to... Let's have a, like, value. I'm going to move this stuff here from the interpreter. Yeah, here's my value and value kind and value data. All of that. I'm going to move to this file. Right, so this is the value kinds that we have. We have a unit, we have a string, we have a native function, we have an S expression. But that's not the case. We should have a list instead, right? And we should have also a symbol, right? So unit, string, native function, symbol, list. Those are my things. String is also an atom. Now we don't like... And now we don't have like this weird thing where something is an atom, right? Yeah, we don't say that something is an atom at all anymore. We just have list, and list is going to be a list, just a list of values. And I just store this span on the value directly. No numbers, not yet. I'm going to add the numbers, but I don't have them yet. Span, and span should be like optional, in case we know where this value comes from. I should, wait, what? This is weird. I mean, yeah, atom is anything that's not a list, technically, right? Or something in the S expression. But when we have the values, that's not an S expression anymore, right? That's just a value. But the value can be printed as an S expression. All right. It's weird here. Do I... Yeah, we also have symbol. Symbol is also a string, right? So when I parse... I get a value. And then I can evaluate that value, right? So my parser should... let's see, we just call it parse then, and we just return an optional value, I guess. That's my entire parser. Right? Let's see, so result is value. We're going to say result kind is list, value is list, and this is going to be a list of values then, right? Say result span, then it's going to be what? Sum span, like that. And over here, this is not going to be an atom. Instead, we say that this is the name, and this is a symbol. That's what I was meaning to do here, right? So symbol is this name. And we don't say value. We call this data too. Yeah, and we could have a dedicated parser for in the numbers, I guess, too. Yeah. So I get rid of the S expression completely, right? But I should be able to print a list. Here. Value. So say if value kind is a list, then we need to do that. Let's say for now that multi-line is false when I'm printing it. But we should be able to configure the printing to be pretty or not, I guess. Okay, and then we also have the symbol. Value kind is symbol. Then we should just print string value data symbol. So we can remove the S expression altogether. And we say over here that value is parse reader, or I guess we have like S expression is parse reader, and then we just literally say evaluate that. If S expression has value, then we just evaluate the S expression value, right? Sure. So the interpreter, like we don't have S expressions. Those are values. Everything is a value. Right? But now we have the kind, which is going to be a symbol, right? So if it is a symbol, data symbol, name symbol, string equal symbol is quote, and we'll do that. All right, let's just follow the errors of the compiler. Value 33. Yeah, there is no S expression anymore. We just have unit string native function symbol list. Sax per plurint in, yes, because this is going to be a value print instead, because this is a list of values. Expect value got unit in natives. Yeah, so now this doesn't work, right? I mean, let's just do to do value and reachable as a to do for now. that we can compile and see if it works. It's not going to work because we don't have the path, which is what he's complaining about. Variant doesn't have this type in interpreter. Yeah, interpreter, we don't have the atom anymore, right? So we have string, we have symbol. If it is at the symbol, then we look up the variable. This data string. This is the data. This expression value. Yeah, this is data. We have a string, symbol, list, native function. That's something that is not supposed to be. I mean, oh, wait a second. If it's something that doesn't need to be evaluated, then evaluating a string just returns the string itself, right? It's just a symbol and the list. If we see the list and then we need to evaluate it, then we make the decision based on the first element. If it's a symbol, then we actually look it up. And everything else is not going to be unmatched. We just return the value as is. Right? So when I evaluate it, I just return this thing. Right? As expression itself is the value already. Needs to be dereferenced. Alright, I need to copy it. I don't know how this should work. Are all the Lisps garbage collected? Or not? Right, so when we evaluate quote, right? When we quote, we have the list of values. This is my arguments. And I literally just return that. I mean, yeah, I just return it as is, right? Kind of. It's just going to be list, and data is list is args. Which I think that evaluating, the evaluate handler should actually take this not by reference. And we should know, and yeah. Yeah. I think that makes sense. So we have the handler, which is like that. And over here we have the args, right? So we are going to have the args actually evaluated as the first, as this over here. So we have the arguments. I'm just going to push back the value, which is, I'm just removing the first element from the actual list. So creating a new list. And just doing that. So in this case, we're trying to find a macro, basically, right? And in case of a function, we need to evaluate every argument first. Also, right? So we just say that we start with 0. This is going to be args length. And we don't push back. We say that argument is the index of the args at I, and then I just say that arg is evaluate the arg, right? Should a reference got array list to value in line 64. Expect span got option span. Okay, so we have yeah. So if so the span is the only like weird part of it. I want the span information to report the errors properly, right? But like for example, when I calculate 2 plus 2, what is the span of the result? Should I remember where I evaluated a value? Or not? Or should we just sometimes not know? So this is going to be like optional spans. Always. We potentially don't know the spans of things in general, right? And so my error reporting should be able to report with optional spans, right? So I only say if span has value, only then we say print string at, and we print that, right? Otherwise we just say error, and we don't know where the error happened. It's a little weird if I don't report where the error happened, though. Right? So the span should come from a different place. But let's do an option for now, I guess. Span value. Compiling hello world in closure script is taking 9 seconds. Well, my MiniKast is not that fast either here to compile my Lisp. So when I look up variable, this should be an optional span. LVM. Closure script? Closure script is compiling to JavaScript, right? I don't think there is LLVM involved there. LLVM is not that slow on Hello World, usually, either. Bum 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 bum. Line 70. Evaluate quote. Span is that. Value that does have field item in 101 over here. Where's data symbol? Oh my god. I'm just wondering how it's implemented in the other, like, Lisps. They definitely should have the span information somewhere, right? So is it attached to every value? Just like I'm doing here, or not? Referenced and copied. Okay, it's okay. As long as we don't... Like, I'm going to have, like, massive memory leaks, though, I think. And if I try freeing stuff, argument 0 is different, R, this, that, 1, 2, 5. You're fading in and out. Pain kept me from sleeping well. Missed the entire involvement of Java. Java is not involved for me. It's involved in Java in Closure script. That's JavaScript also, not Java. That is a different language, right? Kind of. But, are you in pain? Maybe you should take something. Or is watching the stream causing the pain? Hopefully not. So there should be options pan. Like, and the fact that I need to like do that is annoying. Okay, MiniKast is annoying. But it's okay. Okay, now we have the REPL. Now we have the REPL and the span. It's optional. As expression in the parser. Parser. Line 45. None. Value. None. Value. This is just parse. Okay, parser line 18. Now this should be like some span. This over here should be some span. And I can already see myself changing this back to be non-optional later. Reader 23. Some span. You're foggy on the relationship between JavaScript and Java. Just German doctor has been very tight-fisted about writing prescriptions. Redefinition of I. I think it's in the interpreter. Yeah, because we have the I. We have two loops here. And now we have the redefinition, so we should just say I is 0 like that. Can I have the type ascription on that in MiniKast? I think I should be able to, right? Type ascribe anything. But we do have the redefinition of the loop too. Okay, one thing that I can do is I can just make the loop to be in its own scope, and then it should be fine. if I make this loop and that loop to be on their own, then we're not going to have that issue. But I should generate separate symbols in the transpiled C code. Oh wait, this doesn't even work because the scopes don't introduce the scopes in C actually. Right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Okay, fine. Let's call this I2 and let's call this loop 2 and this loop 2 for now. To do fix fix same variable name in C output of MiniKast. Right? So this is going to be I2, this is going to be I2, and this is going to be I2. Well, I mean, over here actually I can say that it is I, but loop should be a new loop for sure. Because I can now just reuse the existing thing. Okay, it's compiled. Let's see. Hello. Could not find hello in scope. Now we can say quote hello, and this is just going to be hello. Wait, what? Why is this surrounded in parentheses though? Oh, no, hold on. Quote is supposed to have only a single argument because this now says like quote AB returns a list of... Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I did not do it correctly, actually. When I evaluate quote, these are the arguments. I should have exactly one argument, and what I should do is I should just return the first argument, right? Yeah, so I should say like array list index values args at index 0. Reference that and return that. Result is this. I mean, technically, I think we can free this list. Is there an array list free actually? There is not, and it should also take the free function for the values there too, right? Yeah. Okay, so we say quote. We say quote hello. This will just give me hello as the as a symbol, right? Quote hello, right? Print hi. It's going to print hi. Okay, and then we're going to have values ABC. This is going to actually cannot say that it cannot find A in scope, right? Right. But if I say values A, B, and C, then it's going to say that unreachable is reached. You had some Java stations back in the zeros, but never got the chance to do anything with them. before the simultaneous catastrophes of getting attacked by flesh-eating bacteria and the global economy crashing worse than the Chicks Club asteroid happened at the same time. I was just a small child in the zeros. Okay, so I want to implement these things now, right? Finally. Let's start with native values. Native values literally just gives me like these values as a list, right? So values is literally constructing a list of values, right? That's it. Yeah. Why is it called values and not a list then? Right? Because I should just say that kind is list. The data is list is args, so we literally have the arguments as a list, and span is none. Okay. Native read file. So I think what we can do here is, let's see, so first I need to figure out the length of the args, right? So if not equal, args length is not equal to 1, then we need to do the error. We don't have the span for it, right? The span is going to be like, we're going to say like inside of the function and the native function call, I suppose. So we say at non-span, we say that we say print string expected exactly one argument, right? Okay, then we say that the argument is args is array list index into the args index 0, right? And then I say if argument kind is a string, right? Because we expect there to be a string, then we don't do, like I want actually an is not, but we don't have that, so we do this, then else. We say error at non-span print string expected as string argument got, and then we say value print arg. When I was a small child, I got taken to see the original Star Wars in the theater. My memory was not up to the task, and I forget about learning English. Even my Spanish would have been largely baby talk at the time. I thought you're German. Why would you be watching the Star Wars in English? And what does Spanish have to do with it? Or you're only like now living in Germany? You say then, right? So you know 3 languages basically, at least. I only know 2. I always wanted to like learn another language. I'm not sure which one though. I think I want to learn one of the like either like Chinese or Japanese, something like that. Korean maybe. Not sure if I will ever get to it. Okay, so now we have a string, and we have the path, which is arg, data string, right? So this is the path. Now we can read the source. And now that I read the source, I can also say, now that I have read the source, I'm going to say that we have the source. I need to give it a string as a result, right? So we say kind is a string, data is a string, is a source content, right? And span is none. Okay. So that's how we do a read a file. Also, what if the file doesn't exist? Because then I'm just going to panic, right? Because we are panicking with error no, but I want to, instead of a panic, I want to actually do a proper error, I guess, in this case. Also, these functions can technically error too, probably, right? Okay. Let's say error with error no. Error with error no. The thing which says message is that. And then we should say error at, we don't have a span for it, or I should like say span, like that. And then we have print string message here. So we have error with error no, but this doesn't have a span, I guess. I can pipe this through here. Whatever, let's just do that. Okay, so I think I should be able to read files now with the interpreted Lisp here. Source line 13, error with error no. Oh, this is a function that I should call. Okay, so is it read file? Yeah, we have read file. So let's try a read file license, right? There we go. And we have read the file. Amazing. We also have like values, hello and world. There's going to be a list of hello and world. Okay, we're getting there. There are just like a couple more things that we need. We need parse the arg. So parse also should have a single argument. similar to that, right? Actually, you know what? I should let's do this. Expect single string argument. You know, args, array list of values, and this is going to give me the string, right? So that's where I do that. Like this. This is my argument, and we just return argument dot data string. Right. So path is expect single string argument from the args. There we go. And then we can do same in the parse. So say as is expect single string argument in the args. So I'll do source, I guess, which is going to be contents is expect single string arg like this, but path is I don't know, or string, I guess. And then we say parse. And then we say parse. We need to have the reader, right? Reader is reader new source. And then we say parse the reader. And this is result, right? If result has value, I'm just going to return result value. If what happens in a regular Lisp, if you are trying to parse an empty string, is it going to return a unit or not? Or is unit supposed to be like explicitly like an empty parenthesis then? I think would make more sense, right? So I guess over here we say else error at none unreachable value, print string string did not contain a value, right? So if it has value, then we return the result value, but first we need to say that first we need to expect we need to say reader expect end of file, right? Reader but I should skip the white space first. Because I'm not trying to parse anything again here. Right. Parser, skip, white space, reader. And then eval. And then the eval is almost here, because we just called the interpreter function called eval, which is an expression, which is a value, right? Also, we should say expect single args array list value, which returns a value, right? Which is this code. Just return that. Let arg be expect single args, and I would say arg like that, value print arg. So when I eval, I just say eval expect single args, and I need and this needs to be behind a reference apparently, but yeah, sure. I think that's all that we need to do. And we have eval, we have parse, we have read file, so we can evaluate a file now. Right? So we can say eval parse read file source main KL, like this. Could not find login scope though, right? Because I was thinking of changing the print into log, but yeah, whatever. Let's just call it print. Let's do that again. Evaluating files before 1+1, yeah. Eval. I mean, let's do it one by one, right? So first we read file source main KL here, right? This is my source code, and we want to parse read file. I don't have the variables yet. We need to do the variables next, I guess, and then the custom functions, right? So this is it parsed. It's parsed as an expression now, and then we also evaluate it. And that's what it prints. Nice. 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 That's a nice commit message, right? Okay, so how do we do variables? From what I have seen, there is only a let in, but can you introduce in your Lisps the variable into just like the current scope, or can you not? Can I just say I should have like the arguments though, kind of. I'm not supporting the arguments in MiniKast at the moment. 1 second. Um, what? I want variables, right? I want variables. We can also make numbers, but I think variables first. Yeah. Common Lisp introduction syntax. Dating control flow. Objects. Where's variables? Symbols as form. If a form is a symbol, what's a form? Forms. Any object meant to be evaluated. 3 categories: symbols, conses, and self-evaluating objects. Lexical variable. Lambda, 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 lambda. Lexical scope. A variable. Right, so like over here we have a let x be 1 binds a special variable x, right? And then we will say declare special x. What is declare? Symbols having both lexical and dynamic variables. Wait, there's lexical and dynamic variables and this is different? Wait, what? Hold on. Some defined named applicable to variables. A lexical variable is a variable that can be referenced only within the lexical scope of the form that establishes that variable. And a dynamic variable is it's locally declared or globally proclaimed special. It occurs textually within a form that creates a dynamic binding for a variable of the same name, and the binding is not shadowed by a form that creates lexical binding of the variable name. What? I'm confused. What is this? Is there a tutorial for Lisp which is written like for humans? Read the tutorial. Beginner programmer. I mean, we can just implement our own version of a Lisp, which is just like introducing it in the current scope. Dynamic scope. Scheme is the smallest and it's easiest. Okay, scheme. Lang. Like, how do we do the variables there? That's the only thing that I'm wondering about. Where's the tutorial? Also, where's the tutorial? There's like a billion implementations. Right? Documentation. Where is the actual documentation? That is not the documentation, that is a book. Where? Manual pages? No. I'm too dumb for this Lisp stuff. There is no real documentation, only like introduction tutorials. And that's like another Lisp tutorial by some other random person. I'm like, why is the official tutorial not there? I mean, why is the official doc? Like, I mean, is this official? Lisp.js, maybe. Okay, so you just say define. What does define do? We name things with define, right? But does it do it in the current like global environment? Define is our language's simplest means of abstraction. It allows us to use simple names to refer to the results of compound operations. Okay. It's like, where is it stored? It should be clear the possibility of associating values with symbols and later retrieving them means that the interpreter must maintain some sort of a memory that keeps track. This memory is called environment, or precisely the global environment, since we will see later that a computation may involve a number of different environments. Right. So how do I do it in the local environment? And not in the global one? In local, you nestlets. Okay, so that's like, that's the difference, right? Okay. Can I explicitly like get the environment and introduce the environment into the scope explicitly? Can I get the environment as value, basically, like, so that we only like define a single, and then the define and let would just be the the macros, I guess, right? I think that's how it should work, and then we just create a new environment. Is another, like, we need like two things. We need to introduce a variable into a named environment, or we should be able to create a new environment and evaluate the code inside that environment, right? Those are the two primitives that we need. And then let and define are just macros, which is another thing that we will get into, right? Okay. I'm not going to like, yeah, we're making our own like custom Lisp anyway. Let's do it this way. R5 RS is what we want. But how do I get to this? And why is it what I want? This is the overview, right? Because when I look for the scheme language, this is the scheme org. How do I get to that? How do I get to R5? Like, there is no link about it here, right? There's also R6 RS. Is this like the version 6? What does it even mean? What does it even mean, the R5? Why is it called R5 RS? Okay, anyway, I think it makes sense to have two things, which is the environment, which new environment. How would that work? I mean, we have the interpreter like scopes, right? We have scopes, and that is the environment, right? Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Sit down now. Standing. Is there a thing like environment here? It doesn't like have it in the overview here. The name environment is not used in this R5RS. Variable references. So we have define. X procedure calls, assignments, set variable to be expression. Or is it defining the define? Define. Basic concepts like variables, regions. There are regions. There's no examples here. The other variable binding contracts are let star, let rag, and do. And there's no examples. See sections 4, 1, 4. 4, 1, 4, 2, binding constraints. This is let. Where are you defining the define? Why are you using the definition? Why are you using in the examples the define before introducing it? This is annoying. I think they're using it before it is introduced. If it's ever introduced even, define. Like, is there like a single page document like that? Which I would be able to search through? Index. Define. Okay, so we just click on define, right? Definitions. Yes, what? This is in section 5. Hello? So you are using the define in all of the examples before defining what define is. Why is it written in this way? This is like the same issue I had like with a bunch of when I was trying to read some math books. Why are like people doing that? Okay. Expression definitions and syntax definitions. At the top level of a program, a definition has essentially the same effect as assignment expression. If a variable is not bound, the definition will bind a variable to a new location before performing the assignment. Definitions may occur in the beginning of a body, that is the body of a lambda, a let rec, or that of the definition of an appropriate form. Such definitions are known as internal definitions. So you actually, wait, hold on. So you actually can do a let, and then you can define foo inside of the body of a let. So why yeah. So my question then is if you can do a let and you define a local variable in this scope, then right, then why do you even need this first argument of a let? So like, if I understand correctly, then if you say like let And over here you have like the list of variables that you are defined, right? Like x is equal to 5. And over here with x is equal to 5, we are evaluating, I don't know, plus xx, right? But can we not just like say instead, don't define anything, but say like define x as 5, because that's the same thing? Is it just like another way of writing the same stuff? And like we could just have this single this thing, which is a let, which is basically a scope. That's what I would call it, right? Because yeah. Is that not making more sense? So define doesn't define a global always, right? Actually. A body containing internal definitions can always be converted into completely equivalent let track expression. Well, I guess it's because we are defining all of these variables at the same time, and they can be computed using existing variables, right? So we actually only like can use these newly defined variables inside of the body. But if I do it, define them one by one, then if I redefine, if I like want to shadow the variables, I guess then it's having a difference, right? Because we want to sometimes use the variable from the parent scope, and that's what the ladder allows us to do. Sure. Okay, I think we can just do a define then. Fine. It's not a global. So I think I need to have so this is natives. I want to have a native macro. Yeah, I think we want to have macros. And the only difference between macro and a function is that the macro doesn't evaluate the arguments, right? Yeah, I think so. So I'm actually going to get rid of that. We're going to evaluate the first one, right? I'm just going to evaluate it. So quote is literally just a macro, right? And I'm just going to say that if function kind is a macro, well, I guess if function a kind is not a macro, then we're going to convert oh, maybe what we do is we do this as part of that. Actually, So as part of the call, when I evaluate call, we are going to say that arguments are going to be evaluated. Okay, but if function kind is a macro, right, then we unwind return with a macro function. Well, I mean, it is still like, yeah, a macro. Like, there is also going to be, like, I guess, native macros versus user-defined macros then, right? Yeah, this one is going to be like a native one. We have native macro function args, like that. Value. We have native function, native macro, which is technically also a native function. It's okay. Native macro. So if it's a native macro, it's going to be a native macro, like that. And then the quote, for example, the quote, and we don't need the eval handler anymore, right? We just have natives, and we have a native quote, which is that. I guess we just say that arg is expect single argument from the args. I mean, yeah, we just expect single argument from the args, and then we just return this literally. That's all of that we do with the quote, right? And then we want to add native macro quote, native quote. Add native macro is very similar to that, which is just going to be a native macro, and that's the only difference. Right? Okay. Wait, is it possible actually in other schemes? Launch editor, right? Can I use the define and evaluate that? No variable defines define. Oh, no variable name define, right? Like you cannot use define as a first class construct in scheme, at least. Why not? You know? I think we should be able to do that. Native define. Because okay. So we define, we expect 2 arguments, right? We expect 2 arguments here. Expect exactly 2 arguments. Then we say name is index the args at 0, and we want value expect symbol, I guess. And then value is index args at index 1, right? So that is a value. We are going to return value unit. I don't even initialize in this case the field. I should wait. What? I'm not checking that I'm not initializing all the fields in MiniKast. I should do that. Value unit is kind is unit. Data is unit is 0. Span is none. And I want to expect no, let's actually just do this. If okay, name value, you know, is this, right? So if name value kind is symbol, then we do the thing. Okay, well, if it's not, then we're going to say error at none, saying that name, well, I guess at name value span, actually. Name print string name should be a symbol. Okay, so now it's a symbol. We say that name is name value data symbol, right? We have name, we have value, and we need to inject it into the current scope. So we have the scope context. So scope is current. This is the context dot scope. I think I want to change the syntax to that anyway, right? And then I say scope locals array list push back to the scope locals. We push the new one with name being name and value being value, right? Yeah, we just don't have like a way to introduce a new scope yet, but we should be able to define and use variables now. Eval quote not found. Yeah, we don't have that. If it's a symbol, we don't even do anything like that at all. We just evaluate the first. That's all. I is not found in current scope in interpreter 74 because now we can do a let because yeah. And this doesn't need to be loop 2 anymore. Just a loop. Scope is type, not a context in natives. Yeah, because I need to say context, scope, context, right? A little weird. Pushback is a template. Yeah, pushback. This is the local array list of locals. Scope doesn't have fields. Oh shit. One, 5, 8. Wait, what? But scope scope is a ref. Oh wait, scope context. Wait. Did I make the context? Oh, the context is a reference to scope. Got it. Right. We just say context, scope, context. Sure. Okay. Let's see. So we have quote actually as a value. This is a macro quote. And we have similarly to that, define is actually a macro. And we can do define x. Oh, wait, but define needs to like evaluate the value, right? Because right now if I say define x, ABC, this is going to say that x is ABC, right? But that's not what we want. Because we want to actually evaluate it here, right? So yeah, I want to say that value is evaluate the value. Now it's going to work. No, it's not going to compile because I am redefining this thing. Value is evaluate that. There we go. Evaluate that. Okay. So x is not found. Define x as a unit. X is just a unit. We can also oh wait, hold on. What if I redefine it, right? X as high. It's not going to work because it's going to go use the old one. Because I don't have a map yet. I just stored in a list. So I'm just finding the first one. Okay, but if I define y as high, and then I say what y is, then it's high, right? And if I define q as quote hello world, right? Then q is hello world. Okay, nice. It works. Okay, but I should have the map. Right? I should have a map. Would I be using an ORD map here? Maybe. So I want ORD map. T is going to be I'm just going for now to have it as an alias. No, yeah, let's have a struct and let's have like storage is array a list of kv. Wait, ORD map is having kv, right? Array list kv. There we go. Then we have kv kv is a struct with a key k and value v, right? Ord map new kv return ord map kv. It's going to be storage is array list new kv. And we have a ord map get kv key is a key is k, and this should return an optional reference to v, right? And then we need to say ord map add kv. Oh no, this should also have the map, which is ord map kv, like this. And we'll want to have add map ord map kv key k value v. Okay, and we should implement that. And I should use this instead of yeah, because yeah, we have like a local. I think we don't need a local even. We just say locals is an ord map from string to value, right? That's all. So when we look up the value in scope, we first try to find it here, right? So we say in current scope, in locals is ord map get scope locals the name, right? If in locals has value, then we unwind return with maybe actually we can call it local with local value, like literally, right? Just like here. And we don't do this loop. This loop is the implementation of my ord map for now. Wait, what? No. It should say local value dereferenced, and this should be some value like this, right? I mean, should I have a I actually should look up, give me a reference to a value, because then I can reassign it to. So if it has value, I just literally return, I literally just return the local then, right? We're returning reference here. So lookup a variable returns a reference. I think that makes more sense. So when I evaluate this, this is where I reference. Hello, arbitrandom user. Hi. So let's implement this with a list for now, but I also need for the ord map to know the equal operation, which is whether the two keys are equal to each other, right? So we want this function. So when we construct it, we want the eq function to be present. Right? And when we're doing here, we are not doing the string equal. We are saying map eq using the so this is the kv, right? So yeah, we say if kv key is equal to the key, then we return kv, which return a reference to kv value, right? Otherwise over here we return none. Okay, so when I do add, I want to actually override it, right? So I want to say ord map get kv map key, that existing is this. So I say that if existing has value, then we say that existing value dereferenced is equal to the new value. And if it doesn't have a value, then we are going to array list push back to the list of kv map storage. We are adding the kv where key is key and value is value. You really like that fart command, don't you? And it's calling for Pigorli too. Apparently. Okay. Don't know if Pigorli is here. If you want to fart your way up to the screen, you can also do the you can do the double fart and then fart, and then you can do like that to go to the top of the screen. And now you can also add that jump to it, yeah. Okay, so this is how we do a map for now. It's just like linear search. Later maybe I will do a trip, I guess. Wait, have I not implemented a trip yet? Maybe I have implemented a trip in is there a trip MKS? Oh, there is. Hold on, we have a trip already, right? We have join. Yeah, I already implemented it. It's just in the tests. It's just in the tests, so we can we can copy it. For now. Fine, let's copy it here. Trip. Right. We have a box, which is just a reference for now. Sure. Okay, but in the natives, what we are going to do, we're going to have the not array list pushback. We're going to say ord map add. This is a map from string to value, and we're adding to scope locals. The key is name, the value is value. We're just going to back it by a trip instead of by a list. And we're going to have also efficiency in the Lisp, right? I mean, trip is not the most efficient, I guess. I just like it. Couldn't finish parsing unwindable in the trip. Oh, yeah. We have unwindable. Yeah, it should, like, we don't have unwindable function because function is a keyword now, so it has to be an F. Same goes here. Same goes here. And over here. Not going to compile, right? Type local is not found in interpreter. Yeah, this is going to be a board map. We are going to create a new map from string to the value using string equal. Is it called string equal? Yes. Oh wait, but string equal takes the by value, not by reference. A, B, string equal. Should it be? I mean, I should. Be more consistent with whether I'm taking references or not. Reference means that like I'm not taking ownership of it semantically, right? So yeah. Binary trees are rubbish anyway. B trees all the way. I like the trip because of how easy to implement. I don't know. It's just my favorite data structure. It's also like you can also like I don't know. Like you can use it to implement a lot of things basically. Very easily. The B tree. I don't think I ever used a B tree. You still don't understand the RNG magic of trips? You basically generate the like it's kind of like it's kind of like imagine if you have like random dots on the screen like this, right? So the horizontal axis is like the value in the sorted order, I guess, and the vertical value is is like the depth of the node in which this value is going to live, because the vertical values are randomized, you're going to basically take a random value as the root, which is the highest one, and then everything to the left of it is the left subtree, everything to the right is the right subtree, right? And so like you get a tree like this as a result, which is very easy to visualize too, you know? Like this. And because it's randomized, the expected depth of this tree is just logarithmic. Unless that's what you don't understand. Do you not understand why is it logarithmic? That's just how randomness works, I guess. Because on average, because of the RNG, on average, you are going to split in the middle, right? That's it. That's the explanation of why. So if on average you split the tree in the middle, then it's going to be a perfectly balanced binary tree on average, right? And that's the important thing. Okay. Local. B heaps are the best, even in core. 4 heaps and 8 heaps tend to be the biggest winners on the hardware I have. Bigger cache lines or bigger or smaller priority sizes make it vary. Yeah, I'm not like going for performance. Performance-wise, the trips are not the best ones for sure. I just like how it is easy to just like I did. It's very easy to visualize. It's very easy to implement. I don't know. It's just so easy. And it's also very powerful because you can easily split the tree in half and like work with them as separate trees. You don't. It's not possible with like all the trees. So you can use it as a rope also to like cut and paste the like when you're implementing an editor, for example, right? You want to be able to cut part of the string and put it into a different place. You can use a trip for that very easily and efficiently, relatively. Although usually for that you use a dedicated structure called rope, I guess. You did your Linux boot mem patch in 2002 using trips? Nice. You have a patch? You have patched to Linux? I have never needed to patch Linux myself. But I guess back in 2002 it was not working as... I want to say as well as it does today, but does it work well today? That's a good question. Because I do have issues all the time still. Alright, anyway. Let's keep compiling this. Local is not found in natives. Oh, we won't add native macro. Locals. Can I just say locals? You know? I just want to say locals. And I'm going to say over here that locals is a type which is ORD map string value. Right? So it's going to be locals. Women explains trips. Did you like the explanation? Was it understandable? Usually I'm not explaining myself well, I think, lately. Like, but maybe that's... like when I explain the delimited continuations. I don't know how to do that. They're not as simple as trips, I guess. The ones you actually got in are other things like the original formulation of CPU mask T. The rewrite is good because you had to make certain compromises get merged and filtered wake-ups. Natives who have locals. Right, and this is going to be not array list pushback local, but ORD map add string value locals locals name, and this is the value. Like so. Search tree order on one key and heap ordering on the other is an important perspective on trips. Yes. Well, I mean, do you ever use trips like with non-randomized heap ordering on the others? I have never, like, I always use the trips with random, like with randomized heap, I guess. You also, like, technically, like, you can use a trip without making the search tree order on one key, because, like, you don't have to use it as a binary search tree actually. Like when you're using it to just make something like a rope. Well, I mean, in that case, the key is going to be like the size of the tree, or like the index of the element in the trip, so you can like find thing by index easily. What you can do is flip which key is random. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so you can do a heap using a trip by randomizing the value instead. Yeah, that makes sense too. I just almost never use the heaps, I guess. But I mean, at the same time, if I wanted to use a heap, usually not a trip. Yeah, maybe what I call a trip is not necessarily like the correct name. But yeah. Like when I use a heap, I just implement it as a like binary search tree anyway, usually. For some reason. Like heap is when you just access the biggest element and you can just do the if you have a binary search tree, right? But yeah. A dedicated heap, I guess, is more efficient anyway. But if we talk about efficiency, then like we don't use a trip for implementing heap anyway either. Anyway. Local is not found. I think it should be found now, right? Local not found. Line 32. Yes, this is locals. Scope not found in current scope. Horde map line 19. Yes, because it's not scope locals. This is map storage. Map storage. Enfilades use B-tree structure for strings. They win when one concatenates many items in a row. If you need to concatenate many items in a row, you can also like construct a trip in linear time technically. It's winning against ropes. Yeah. I don't remember what exactly a rope mean. Is it just yeah, I don't remember how ropes are actually implemented at all, because I never used them. I never wrote them manually myself. Local is not found in ORD map. Local. So it's an array list of KVKV. Return not found. 24. Tree ordering represents concatenation in ropes. Yes. Which is why you can use the trip to do that. So it is a tree, right? But does it make sense what exactly tree you use? Like if I use the trip as the tree representing the ordering of concatenation in ropes, right? It's just like what is stored in the as values in the tree. It could be a single character, or it could be like a string, I guess, right? But that's just implementation. Detail, I guess. Yeah, I guess you can like, yeah, you can automatically like split the string into smaller ones if needed, like in the what is it called, the condensed tree try. Yeah, they're all strings but can be length 1. Yeah, but like that is like wasting memory or something, right? How do you pronounce the try? Is this pronounced try? Try, right? So like a try where you like go over the edge, which is the thing, but you can condense, like when you are going for the edge A and N, this can be like a single edge instead, which is like doing that, and same can be done for ropes, where you do the thing, and then you can automatically split this when necessary. Expect a reference, but not a reference, but option ref value in order map 24. Oh yes, because this should be like some that. Okay. Oh, and this is still using the ORD map, right? Let's switch the storage here from the array list to a trip. Oh, but then I need to compare the strings and not do that, right? Actually, how is my trip implemented here? Did I implement? Yeah, I only implemented splitting at index, not splitting at a value. So yeah, never mind. We're going to do the array lists for now. It's okay. What my gap is at get string value. Oh, it takes so long to do this simple thing because we have almost 0 standard library right now in MiniKast. Expected to reference the value, found that. Oh yeah, we need to return the reference value, right? So it's actually local value that I need to return here. Unknown type name string. Wait, what? Oh, because it's an alias. Oh shit. Yeah. Function from string and boolean. I think my minikast is also like, yeah, because string is an alias, it's making it annoying. I need to like fix my aliases. And fix my aliases. This should just compile. But it doesn't. Actually, should I even like generate the aliases in C code? Actually, maybe this is very easy to do. Let me see. Here is my test minikast. I can fix that, I think. Let's say that yeah, let's do this. Let as string into nothing is as string is yeah, let's just do this. Print string. Can I do that? Or is this also invalid initializer? What does it say? Why does it say invalid initializer? What does it even mean? Oh, right. Like it's a different type. Like I don't like this error message in C at all. But it's a function from string view to unit. But what we expect is a function from string to unit, and this is a different, like we consider the aliases to be different things. Yeah. Okay, let's do string view here. To do string view to k. Let's just do a hack for now, because I think I'm a little tired of working on this. Incompatible types when initializing type void star using the ACK. Wait, what? Function ref string bull. Wait, ACK is not void star. What do you mean void star? Hello? Line 2140. ACK is ACK. But ACK is this. Oh, wait. This is... C is so bad. I hate C now. Even more than I did before. This error message is absolutely horrible. And, okay, I mean, technically, it's just this feature. This feature, the initializers. I hate initializers. TCAP, explain to me this. Why does it say, okay, let me show you the literal C example, okay? And you tell me how this is good, okay? Let me write some C code for you. We have a struct foo, which has struct goo inside, okay? And we have struct goo, which is which has I don't know, int x, right? Like this. And what I want is I want to say that foo is foo where goo is hello world, right? Let's do that, and let's just compile C here, right? So here's what it's saying, right? Initialization of int from char star makes integer from a pointer without a cast. How can you make sense of this? Of this error message? I'm not trying to initialize an integer. I'm trying to initialize a goo, which is a struct. The error, I think the error is not present. No, it is actually still present if I do this. So I never supposed to use initializers, basically. So why is this feature present in C? Well, I mean, I do like that feature if it worked properly. Technically, that struct the same as an integer. So can you add more fields to goo? It will have the same if it was multiple ones. It's initializing the first field. And it's initializing the first field if this type. So basically, it works something like this. If this type is not equal to the actual type of this field, then it's trying to initialize the first field of this field instead. And it can go through the chain of fields. That's just such a random thing to do. Why would C do that? It is kind of cringe. And as far as I understand, this feature was not present in C++ until C++ 20 is from what I heard. And then they added it to C++ 20. So people thought, when was C++ 20 invented? In 2020? Or, I mean, shortly before that. So people actually still thought that it's a good idea. Not just not just 50 years ago, but also just 10 years ago, people thought that this is still a good idea. So why? I don't understand, the logic behind this at all. So the only reason, if I want to have good error messages, is to always initialize field by field, which is what a lot of people do, I guess, right? But, yeah, because then the error message actually makes sense, because we have incompatible types, goo and char star, right? That's the good error message. I was testing this with C++ too. We just change this to C++. I mean, you're just supposed to write, you just do G++ over here, CPP, right? It just makes the... now it says that there is no operator equal here. But if I use... so this message is still, good, kind of, right? But if I say that with the initializers, like so, then it's going to say invalid conversion from const char to int. And the way you fix it in C++, which makes C++ a little bit better, because you're aware of this issue, you just make an explicit constructor. So you make the only constructor for goo. Wait, can you disable the constructor or something? You can private goo, right? Or can you delete it? I forget. right? Because now the error message is actually good once you do that. It's just the default constructor that is there in C++ is mimicking the C behavior, which is cringe. I hate this. You never initialize subtract like this, but you initialize. I mean, I don't want to initialize subtract like this, right? I mean, you do you ever have a struct inside of a struct? I would assume you still have that, right? So like, you can. What I'm like it. I don't want to initialize the first field of my field like that ever, right? Why would I want that? I want. I mean, I would never write this code, but if this code can still like be present in your code because of a refactoring, I guess, right? So let's say that I was storing an int goo, right? But then later, as a part of refactoring, I changed the type of this field from int to goo, which has like an extra field now, right? But now my old code, which was saying goo is equal 1, which was compiling previously, I would expect it to stop compiling, but it actually keeps compiling, and that is annoying because it makes the refactoring 1,000 times more painful. So, yeah. So it just leads to the error message, which is completely wrong here. When I'm generating C and I mismatch the type, but that's not the type that I'm initializing. This is just so bad and like ununderstandable. But I mean, yeah, the workaround is just to not use the initializers. Should I just change the way I'm generating my C code to not use initializers, because this is horrible. I think there were like other things in C that I really hated, but I think this one is the biggest one so far. Okay. Yeah, so the issue is my things. Ord map. And have string and value. This thing. I'm going to have string view and value, because my aliases don't work. I think this is going to fix it. Incompatible type for argument 3 of ord map new string equal function ref string what argument. Yeah, we expected strings, but I got string views instead, because this string over here is also going to be string view. Okay, this is a mess which I will need to fix. Okay, now we work. And what was I doing before I was complaining about things? I want to be able to define, right? We want to Yeah, we want to like define x as high, and x is high. If I want to be able, I can redefine it now, right? By, and x is now by. Okay, good. You've been doing initialization line by line too. Yeah. I wonder if like there's other like things which are, well, I mean there is more reason to not use C or C++, I guess. Have you did you not like Zig, TCAP? Did you try it? I guess like Rust is not something that we should even start talking about, but you know, tried for 1 hour and you hated it. Oh, you did hate it? Interesting. Is there a specific reason why you hated it though? Because it is literally just C, in my opinion, but with comp time. And with a maybe actually a little less surprising behavior, like what I just see in C. Like if I wanted to write C, I would instead write Zig. I think I was considering transpiling to Zig instead, but I don't know. What about Odin then? Have you tried this one? Okay, anyway, we implemented the defining variables, and that's good. All right. Let me add a README here. Spring Lisp Game Jam 2026. The two reasons you remember are having to constantly type in from enum and warnings being errors. Yeah, that is really annoying. I do agree. Like the fact that unused a variable, I think, is an error, is a hard error, and it cannot be a warning. I do agree that that's horrible. There are a couple horrible things in Zig. I do remember that. You want to be able to write absolute garbage code with warnings. Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with that. I don't remember having to use the int from enum all the time though, so maybe I did not write enough Zig. But I mean, I did use it for more than an hour. You're not picky or religious about which better C to use, mostly end up defaulting to Rust because of the tool and library system. I mean, yeah, I would default to Rust. Rust also has things that I don't like, but compared to the amount of things that I don't like in other languages, it's like nothing. Okay, just wanted to do a little bit README because game. We're going to make a game, right? We're going to get to it. Written in custom Lisp. The Lisp is written in MiniKast right? MiniKast is written in cast. Transpiles to C. Cast is written in OCaml. Transpiles to JavaScript. I don't know. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 languages involved in this project, apparently. You did try Odin, it was fine, but to me it seems like a copy of Jai, SumTM, but worse. Oh, you did try Jai, right? What about Jai? I guess Jai is something that you should like, probably. Maybe. I always forget about it because it's not released yet properly to public. I'm wondering if I made MiniKast more developer friendly, if you would like MiniKast. Because MiniKast is basically an alternative to C that I am doing for myself. But it's supposed to be like a language that I will compile into, and then I compile that further into like C. But I could make it more thing. It's like yeah, I do have templates from C++. I guess a simpler version of that too. I'm wondering if you would like MiniKast. And I'm considering just making it actually more user-friendly, so for it to be used as a standalone language, because it is easier to finish than the main language, the cast. Yeah. But I should fix all the bugs first that we have in it. Maybe we'll try to make Snaken if it has Rail bindings. Well, I made Mega Honk with it, right? So, and which was made with Raylib. It doesn't have the bindings, but the bindings live in the Mega Honk there. You can basically inline C code is how you write your own bindings. Logic language ideas about modes would be extremely valuable to bring over. To cast, not to MiniKast, probably, right? Modes. I remember the word modes from somewhere. It's like multi-model type theory or something. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe. It does have the word logic here. The
music. And he wanted to know more. He replied back to me. And then I
all right.
I
That's going to be done for today. We have what, 8 more days for the gem. I'm not sure if I will stream every day, but yeah, we need to like start getting into actually making a game soon, and like, yeah, something. In general, does it have to do anything? There is a trend for borrowing features from functional languages. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to do anything, but I want it to be a powerful language, capable of all the things, and be safe, and be like performant, and be everything. I am borrowing from like existing functional languages. I'm borrowing from the imperative languages too. I'm borrowing from a lot of languages. I do want to have dependent types. There is the effect system and stuff like that. Borrow checker. Higher kind types, I guess, right? And all of these things. Anyway, I'm going to be done for today. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.